Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to Darvanalee Designs Studio. For those that don't know, my name's Nicole Reed, and today we are here for some craft productivity sprints. Just get my voice out of my ear, making sure that that's working okay. Yes, it is. Awesome. But welcome. Today we're here for some craft productivity sprints. For those that don't know what that is, basically we are going to be doing some chit-chatting, spending a few hours together. We generally spend around 4 hours together. We'll do 45-minute sprints where we hyper-focus on the things that we are working on. And I was very indecisive this morning on what I was going to be working on. I have a bit of body fatigue at the moment because I've actually run out of my medication and I haven't been able to get in to see the doctor. I do have a doctor's appointment this afternoon so I can get back on my medication. So I'm suffering from a little bit of body and adrenal fatigue at the moment. So I didn't really want to wrestle with a quilt. For those that don't know, I actually have a thyroid condition, and it can really, it feels like I've got a Mack truck sitting right on top of me right now. So it's quite a slog to move around and all that sort of stuff. And yeah, so I've managed to get, my doctor ended up getting sick and I couldn't see her. And then she's away because it's school holidays and her kids are down south. So she goes and sees them at uni. And I'm just like, it just kept compiling. And I'm just like, you know what? I just need to see a doctor. I don't need to see her. I just need a script. So that was 2 days ago and I got in today. So I don't know why they wouldn't swap me out. I have no idea. But anyway, there's nothing pressing. It's just I've run out of medication. I had a couple of scripts from when I was seeing the doctor and from a couple of years ago. And because I only have to go and see him once a year to get my script because I get enough for 12 months. And I threw out the wrong script. I've still got a COVID script in there because I didn't, we had to change my medication from the dosage and whatnot. And I opened it up and I'm like, yeah, that's not going to help me. So I've been trying to get in ever since. And yeah, so I knew that it was coming. I knew the fatigue was going to come because it's a slow, it's a hormone that's slow to leave your body. It'll just slowly go down because your body builds it up and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, once I'm back on my medication, I should be fine. So yeah, all right. So basically, I couldn't decide on what to work on. So I've got 3 projects down. I've got the hexagons from last week. I've got a quilt block that I'm working on. I've got to stitch this down, and I've also got some cross stitch that I've got to do as well, so I can release that to my Patreons. They may get it before I release it, before I finish it, because it's got to go up and whatnot. So yeah, I'm also listening to a book, as some of you will, I think most of you that have just popped in that are in the comments right now. Basically, the Amazing Readathon dropped leg 9. Are we up to leg 9? Just before I went to sleep last night. Just after I went to sleep, because it must have dropped at 1 o'clock and I went to sleep about 10 to 1. So everybody's got a head start, but in the game we get what they call GRC, which is our currency to travel, and I'm got a very low in my traveling. So basically, this leg I have a strategy. So basically, I'm walking. And I'm using a novella, and I'll have that read within the first 2 sprints. And then I will move on to host favorites, which gets me more money. I've got 2 keyed up already. So I'll be listening to those and getting them done. And I'll be using them for sightseeing to make up for the fact that I will only get a minimum points for the novella that I'm reading. So, yeah, so I have a strategy in place. I just put it into our team chat, and then I have a strategy for the last leg, because I've held off on a few of my bigger sightseeing prompts so I can read them and log them at the end to get maximum points. I'm hoping to get around 1,500 to 2,000 points for the team at the end. So anybody that is not on a sci-fi, you now know what my strategy is. I can't tell you what anybody else's is, but you know what mine is. So that's what I'm doing. So Monica, don't let the cat out of the bag, please. Same purple dragonfly, don't let the cat out of the bag. Alicia, I'm not sure what team you're on. Don't let the cat out of the bag. Jamie, you're on my team. Yes. Jean, you're on my team. Yes. So that's what I'm doing. And all the rest of it. So I don't feel like I'm letting the team down. So yeah. Yeah. Because I flew the last leg. No, I sailed the last leg, I think. I can't even remember what I did. Hang on, I've got it up here. This will tell me. I flew. I have flown. I think I've flown nearly all of them except for 2 I've sailed. But those books were large numbers anyway. So that's why I sailed. And I've managed to get some GRC and all that sort of stuff. So right now I have a balance of 700. So yeah, so I decided to walk this one and also use a pass thing that we got. So yeah. All right, let me just see. All right, let's have a look and see who's here. So I don't know what I'm going to work on today. I might work on one thing each sprint. I could do that too. That works. Then I get something, touch a few things. So yeah, mostly all hand sewing today. How's everybody else going? Let me know what you're working on today, and all the things. And I love that we've just got this little crafty community building up over here. It's so great. And we've got that, that creativity release at the at the end of the day, once a week. We've got that little release and all that sort of stuff. Has anybody seen Christina this morning? How is she? Because I know that she wasn't feeling the best yesterday. Went to the dentist and had dental work done, and I didn't see her before I finished sprints last night. So yeah, Monica has the day off today and we'll be working on the bullet journal. Oh, I can't wait to see it. And listening to an audiobook during the sprints. Well, you should get a lot done. You'll probably be able to catch up. And if you've got any other Thursday off, this is what we do every Thursday. So and I can say Thursday to you because I know that you're in my neck of the woods. it's good. So yeah, Jamie's also here as well. Hello, Jamie. What are you working on? And probably crochet, I would assume. And what book are you reading? Because I know that all my bookish friends have come over as well. That's why we're talking a little bit about books here as well. Hello, Emberly. How are you? Is that your dog on your profile picture? Adorable, if it is. Adorable. And what's its name? And male or female? And how long have you had it? How old? Give us all the dirt on your pooch there. Tennille is here trying to crochet a bit while listening to an audio. Hand is still injured. Oh, so I need to take it easy. Yeah, I didn't craft last week. My arm is actually feeling a bit stiff because I think I've been sleeping on it as well, which is not helping. And because I've been moving furniture around as well because of the library getting done, it's a bit stiff. So I've sort of tried to limit how much time I'm doing things that are aggravating that. And I also did a lot of quilting last week, so that's also not helping it either because I'm driving the machine. So your arms are like this and you're locked in and you're doing little squiggles. So you don't realize how many muscles you use when you're doing quilting until the next day. And you go, yeah, I'm unfit. And it's only because I haven't done a big quilt. Like I did 2 big quilts back to back with the same sort of pattern. And usually I break them up, but I had nothing to break them up with. So that because all the quilts that I've got want the same pattern at the moment because they're just quilts that are getting used in the public areas. So they want heavy quilting and they want me to do it all. But I hope that you're feeling better, like your hand gets better soon, Tennille, because there's nothing worse wanting to do something and not being able to do it. I totally sympathize with you there. Alicia is here currently in bed recovering from oh no, oh my goodness, hun. I'm glad that you're in bed and not so great that you've got pneumonia, but hopefully you can get some reading done and you can just relax and we can keep you company because there's nothing worse than being sick and like, ugh. I'm so sorry that happened to you. I also have a thyroid condition and multiple autoimmune diseases. It's such a drag, yeah. I'm one of the lucky ones where I got onto it pretty early. So, and because it's a family thing, like the thyroid in all the females in my family on my mum's side have gone. They've gone either way. Like my grandmother had to have hers removed when she was 17 because it sped up so fast it was going to kill her. It might get like heart palpitations, the whole thing. So they had to remove it. And her sisters both had the slow one, which is what I have. And I believe my sister's also been recently diagnosed as well. And it happens around in our mid-30s. And we have really fast metabolisms and all the rest of it up until that point. And because the thyroid does control some of, it controls just about everything in your body, basically everything from your monthlies to your appetite to your weight gain to your adrenal gland, like it controls a lot of stuff. So when it shuts down, it's bedlam. When it happened to me, I wasn't aware of it because I knew that it was in the family, but I wasn't aware of the symptoms as much as I am now, which I have in turn educated my kids. That's why I eat the way I eat. That's why I do the things that I do, because a lot of people don't realize that I actually have it, but I've learned how to manage it through education and stuff like that. And I'm one of the lucky ones where I haven't got extra immune diseases on top of it. So I know that I'm very blessed to not have all the other problems that can come with it. But I honestly thought it was just after I had Neroli, so I was 37 when mine decided to go. And I honestly thought that I was having early onset Alzheimer's, because I couldn't remember things. I had brain fog. I had all these things that I had no clue, because the women in my family don't talk. And so I had no clue. All I knew is when it went, weight gain will happen. Well, I didn't get the weight gain to begin with, because mine was not completely kaput. It was starting to go. So I didn't have that symptom, whereas my mum had that symptom. Hers just went and she put on heaps of weight. Like, she went from my size now to this, that within 6 months. And so, yeah, so it was quite scary when I didn't recognize her when I seen her. And she hadn't gone to the doctors. I'm like, there's evidently something wrong. You need to, because they have my mum and the rest of them all have this innate fear of doctors. And so I'm like, you have to go. So I dragged her off to the doctor, and it turned out it was her thyroid. They put her on medication, and she dropped the weight straight away, because then the hormone was working. But yeah, it's amazing what it controls in your body. But as I said, I'm very blessed that I don't have anything else, and I'm sorry that you have multiple autoimmune diseases, Tennille, because a lot of my friends have the same thing, and yeah, it's not a fun time at all. So here you aren't feeling 100%. It's fine. I know what it is. Like, it's not that I don't know what it is, and it'll take me about 4 weeks, and I'll be back to not having body fatigue. So I just take it slow. I spread things out. I relax when I need to. I sleep when I need to. I eat really clean when I'm feeling body fatigue. Even though yesterday I went and got junk food, I'll spread that out. Like, I'll try to eat really clean and stuff. But thank you for your concern, and I appreciate it. But I'll be okay. I will be okay. I am working on the friendship shawl from a pattern, nice, but using a K-hook and yarn, Aran weight yarn. I'm not too sure what that is. Are they American terms, or is that like a type of yarn? K-hook, I think that's a large hook. Is that correct? Because we work in millimeters here, so you'll have to educate me, because we don't, when we go and buy hooks, we don't have anything like that where it's and I don't have my book here to tell me what size that is and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, so let me know what that is. Trying to read while also crocheting, both a bit slow progress. That's fair. That's fair. Hello. I went back to Camp Damascus. I think I will just listen to the audiobook tonight. Not trying not trying to go to Michael's or to crochet. That's fair enough. Oh, and we also have, for those that have been here for a couple of weeks, and Jean looking for her peach yarn that we were running through all the places that possibly could be. We have a resolution on that. Jean thinks that she may have thrown it out by accident. So yeah, I've been there, Jean. Don't worry. I've been there. I just recently did that with a quilt. I have thrown out all the bits and pieces for the whole row and the quilt block that I've done. So I just did I've done the exact same thing. So yes, the prompt dropped at 3 a.m. Yeah, I did see that. And I went to bed, I think it was at 12:45. That so I was holding out. I'm like, come on, it's got to drop. That so yeah. But yeah, I woke up to it, but that's okay. I always had this strategy in the back of my mind. I was either going to use it for the second last or the last leg. I didn't know, but because I couldn't afford to fly for this leg, that's why I chose to do what I'm doing for the second last leg. In Canada, they do not give out year-long prescriptions. They do have repeats from time to time. Yeah, well, that's what it is. So I get a repeat. So basically I get 2 repeats actually. Do I get? No, 1 repeat, because what happens is there's 6 months worth of my tablets in one box, and you keep them in the fridge. So basically I go fill the script, and then I can't get the whole lot filled straight away. I have to wait for a 10-day cooling off period or something. So I'll fill the script, and then I'll go in a month's time and fill the script again, and then I have my script for the year. And then I know when I get to the second last one, I've got to book an appointment because it takes a while to get into my doctor. So but it just worked against me. She's been sick, she's been away, all that sort of stuff. So that's why it ended up. And sometimes I can say to her, like, if I've got it under control, there was a couple of years ago, I had it really under control and my levels were really good. Basically, she'll give me 3, because I go 3 times a year to get my bloods work done. And basically she'll give me those so I don't have to go because I've got to pay to see the doctor. She'll actually give me those blood tests in advance if I ask her for them. And I've started doing that because otherwise it's $100 every time I go to the doctor's. I get a fair chunk of that back, but still, if I run out of medication when I'm a little bit short on cash, I'd rather just be able to go and do that. And it doesn't cost me anything for those. So and sometimes if she's feeling very generous, I'll just say, I need to go for my blood test, but I can't. Can you just put it at the counter? And they'll charge me a prescription fee rather than a full fee of seeing the doctor, because I haven't actually seen the doctor. I've just picked up a script. So they just charge a lesser amount for a script fee. And they did a lot of that. A lot of that came about in COVID, where we could just go and pick up our scripts and stuff like that, or our pathology stuff. And that's the beauty of working, like living in a small town as well. You get to know the doctors on a personal level, and they'll work with you around work and all that sort of stuff. So it's really good in that aspect. It doesn't always go to plan. Like sometimes she'll get a little bit narky and go, no, you need to come in. I'm like, why? I'm going to walk in, you're going to write the script, I'm going to walk out, and that's going to cost me $100. I don't think so. Just put it at the counter. You can still charge, you can put it through Medicare or something. And I get a bit snippy with it. And that I walked for TAR for the last leg, so I ought to have enough to fly for the next 2. Awesome. I'm on sci-fi too. I did know that. Why did I? Sorry, Tennille, I did know that. As soon as I read that, I'm like, of course you are. We've been talking. Anyway, I'm spinning this evening. I'd like to have this project off my wheel by Saturday so I can start Tour de Fleece with an empty wheel. Nice. Well, hopefully we can keep you motivated to get it all done. I'm picking up A Return to Blood by Michael Bennett. I feel like I need to pick up a New Zealand author since we're traveling to Auckland. Yes, I thought I could hear the collective, yay, we're going to Auckland from all our Kiwi friends. And speaking of Kiwi friends, hello, Jess, how are you? Nice of you to, and how do you say that? Is that Kai? Kaiora? Is that how you pronounce it? Because my son's name is Kai, and I know that it's got something to do with the Maori language on that. So, yeah, Kaiora, I think is how you pronounce it. Let me know in the comments if I pronounced that properly. I've been pottering around, cleaning and washing, doing some scripts for videos. I take my hat off to you. I cannot do scripts. If I do scripts, I end up tripping over I already trip over my words, but it's like magnified. It just goes, I can't do it. I have so much editing. I'm very much an off the cuff sort of girl. So like I'll write things down and like points and stuff like that to jog my memory. But once I've done that, and then if I film within an hour of that, I'm pretty good. So yeah, I take my hat off you. Doing some scripts and videos in between. Also finish your first full pattern for the leaves of the blanket. 3 to go. Nice. And immersive reading tomorrow, all the tomorrows for Auckland. Nice. Not my favorite city, but I get it. No, I'm reading Rage and Ruin. I'm reading Rage and Ruin by Jennifer L. Alsterman. Nice. How are you, Melissa? Hope you're well. I stocked up GRC with Hitchhiker's Guide series for a few legs. Yeah, I'm thinking that I'm going to do the Hitchhikers for GRC as well. I think I might, because I've got the bind up. So I'm thinking, and I've found all the audios over on Libby. I'll only have to read the first one with my eyeballs. All the rest are there on Libby. So I'm just going to do those, and because they're all individual books. So, but I've got the bind up of it. So I'm onto it. I'm from Wellington, so a little bit of rivalry. That's fair. That's fair. Well, see, I see Auckland as New Zealand and not individual towns. So, yeah. I love the New Zealand rep or the rep. Yep. Good morning, Jenny. How are you? Thank you for being here. What are you stitching on today? Christina was on the comments for Coda Sprints. Forgot to ask, but she seemed good. Okay, cool. No worries. Yes, that's my dog. Her name is Willow. She's half husky. I thought she might have been husky, half lab. Nice. That's a nice mix of breeds too. She's 11 and currently she's laying here talking to me because I won't let her go outside and get heat stroke. And huskies are very chatty. There's a husky that lives up the road here, and their owner often walks them, and you hear the husky chatting as it comes down. But when he drives them down to the park, like if it's really windy or it's a little bit damp or whatever, he won't walk them. He'll drive them downtown, and we've got a dog park at the end of our street down here. You hear them coming because the husky's got its head out the window going, all the way down the street, and you hear them go all the way down. Sounds like a siren gone wrong. But they're very, very chatty. Working on Pina Colada cross stitch for the upcoming cruise. Nice. Is that the one I've got on black? Is that the one? I'll have to pull that out because I forgot we were supposed to be working on that on the cruise. I'm taking a few other projects as well because I don't think I'll be doing cross stitch the whole time, to be honest. That's what happened to me. Mine was going to kill me, so it was made inactive with radiation, but I don't metabolize the synthetic hormone well, so it's all a mess. Yeah, when mine first went, mine was a bugger. Like it'd start working, it'd stop. I pretty much had to go for blood tests every 2 months, and it took nearly 5 years for it to stabilize. And then it completely stabilized to not working. So I still have mine in, it just doesn't work. And yeah, and then I think I was around 45, 46. So it took nearly 10 years for it to completely stabilize. But the first 5 years, oh my God, I felt like I was all over the shop. Like I'd put weight on, I'd drop weight off, I'd be tired all the time, I'd be hyperactive the next week. It was just like whiplash. But I mean, and it wasn't until I went into menopause that it completely stabilized. So now I don't have to go for blood tests so often, although we still keep an eye on it and all that sort of stuff. And I know the signs in my body when I've got body fatigue and stuff like that. So like right now, I could lay down and go to sleep without a problem. You could be talking to me and I'd fall asleep. And that was the first sign too, because Brendan was working away. So he would come home, like he'd work away for 6 weeks at a time. And he'd come home for the weekend. He'd be talking to me, and it was like I had narcolepsy. That he would be talking to me, and mid-comment and like mid-conversation, I'd be snoring. And prior to it going, I never snored either. And so yeah, now I snore all the time as well. And like, obviously, and he'd like, "Hey, you just fell asleep." I'm like, "I did." And I wouldn't even know that I fell asleep. So it was concerning because like I had to drive long distances at that stage. And yeah, it was very concerning, but we got on top of it in the end. and yeah, and it took a while for my partner to also adjust to the fact that I wasn't as energetic as I used to be and all that sort of stuff, and a few other side effects that come from it. It took a while. Like there was some discussions on like, dude, I can't do this stuff anymore. Like I can't be out in the field doing all the things all the time. I'm just going to wreck myself. And it was a little bit of a culture shock for everybody, to be honest. It's the first his first book actually takes place in Auckland, so it would have been perfect for a read for the month. So I'll pick it up a book too. That's fair. So far I've been lucky. I was born with major systemic disability. Words didn't want to come out then. But for all that, I'm pretty stable and healthy. That's awesome. That is awesome. Now I'm 45 and I'm paying close attention to stuff because stuff pops up with age. That's fair. And that's, I mean, that's pretty true for everybody. That you really do have to start paying attention to what happens as you get older, especially like with menopause and stuff like that. Oh, that's fun. That's a fun game and not a game for the whole family. It's just like, although I was pretty happy because when I've been in menopause for years now, but when I first went into menopause, I started to notice I was getting headaches less frequently, and I used to get 2 or 3 headaches every month. And so that has been, I didn't get any hot flushes. I didn't get, I was irritable. I wanted to kill everybody in sight, but that's, that could just be a me thing and the people around me at the time. But I didn't get any hot flushes, but the headaches went away. And I'm like, I have never been more grateful for anything in my life. So yeah. Kia ora. Okay, cool. I was close. It's close. And excuse me, Iron Weight is a thicker than Lion Brand super saver yarn, but not by much. Okay, K-Hook is about a 6 foot. Okay, that makes sense now. The audios for Hitchhiker are great, awesome, and they're pretty quick too. I noticed that they were pretty quick, so I should be able to get through them pretty quick. Food in Mary, that's right. Yes, because when I named my son, Kai was also one of the Knights of the Round Table. Kai means energy in Japanese, apparently. Like it's to do with the energy flow and all that sort of stuff. And I couldn't remember whether it was Samoan or whether it was Maori, but at food in Maori. So yeah, so all very energy based, strong names. So yeah. So there you go. Fun fact. Hello, Christina. We were just talking about you. How are you feeling, hun? I know you weren't feeling the best yesterday, so how are you feeling? You feeling better today? I hope you are. Hello to Christina. Yes, same as yours. I might take some felt embroidery too. We shall see. I'm going to take some English paper piecing, and I'm going to take a couple of other different cross stitches because I don't think I want to stitch on the same thing the entire time. Like I know that everybody else is doing it, but you know me, I do my own thing. I march to my own beat. I'll be off tra-la-la-ring somewhere. I'll be over in the corner reading a book or something. About to have supper and listen to Son of Netune with the kiddo while working on my squares. Nice. Remember to hydrate and hit the like button. Thank you, Christina, for the reminder. I appreciate it. Yeah, that's me. Blood work every 2 months. It's never at the right level for a decade. Yeah, that's what I'm waiting for, menopause, but that may be a little ways off, boo. Oh. I got hot flushes every morning, but my family have a 20-year process for menopause. Oh, my goodness, really? That's not fun. Ew. That is just, yeah, that's not fun. A little better, still on soft food, but other than that, I'm good and thanks. I'm glad that you're feeling a bit better. Morning. Hello from Bacchus Marsh in Melbourne. Hello, how are you? Thank you for joining. I get hot flushes near midnight. I also have fewer headaches and less severe headaches. Yeah. I was actually saying to Savannah the other day, I can't even tell her the last time I had a headache. I had a bit of a twinge the other day, but that was more I hadn't drank enough water and stuff. These days it's just from not hydrating enough. So it's really good. So I started menopause at 42 and ended about 60. Yeah, well, I think I started 3 years before. So Neroli was 10. So I was 46 when mine started. But technically I was in perimenopause from 38. According to my research, it would have started about 38 when I started noticing some strange symptoms and stuff like that. And then I basically went into menopause. I was about 46. And then, then I hadn't had like any monthlies or anything like that for a long time. And then Neroli turned 13 and entered womanhood. So I said to her, "Oh, you've entered womanhood." And she just looked at me. And I don't know what the little witch did, but she projected on me, and then I ended up with a really heavy monthly, and then I had to go for all these tests and exploratory surgery because it was considered a spontaneous bleed, and there was nothing wrong. It was just the little witch projected her monthlies onto me, and so for 2 months I had, and then they've stopped and they've gone away. So. And that was the end of that. But yeah, I've had no other symptoms, which is absolutely fabulous. I'm pretty happy about that. All right. I think I will stitch on this one to begin with. I started this on the Patreon live stream yesterday. That was good. So I got some stitches into that. So I'm going to stitch on that. Grab your cuppa, grab your drink, grab your book, grab all your things. We're going to do, for those that are new here, we're going to do a 45-minute sprint. So that means that we'll go quiet. So the mics will be muted, and we're going to hyper focus on our crafts. I'm going to turn the camera down a little bit so you can see what I'm doing. It's not very exciting. I'm just doing some hand stitching. And we're going to do all the things that we need to do. When women live together, they sync up. Yeah, my girls sync up. They've synced up, but I haven't. I actually said to my husband, I think it was like a little bit of self-fulfilling prophecy. I said, I said, let's hope I don't go into menopause when the girls get their monthlies, because you'll need to move out. And he just looked at me and goes, I'll be gone for sure. But yeah, it sort of happened that way, but it didn't happen that way. Anyway. All right, let me bring up the timer. As I said, the mics are going to get muted. We're going to do 45 minutes. We'll hyper focus on our crafts, and then we'll come back and we'll do some more chit-chatting and see how we all went during that sprint. All right, happy crafting. And I'll remember to mute this week. I did that last week. How embarrassing. But anyway, camera will stay on. You'll be able to see everything that's going on. And I'll see you in 45 minutes. Happy sprinting, everyone. All right, we are back. I have no idea whether that made any noise or not because I didn't have the headphones in, so I probably should do that next time. As you've seen, I got that flower stitched down, and I've just started on this one, so I'll continue working on this as I go. I don't need to stitch. I was on the live stream yesterday. I was saying I don't need to stitch down these brown circles because I'm actually going to be doing micro stippling on those when I get to quilting it. And I've still got 5 more of these blocks to do. So I'm going to be slowly but surely getting them done. I want to try and get a couple done a month, but I'm not committing to anything. So I'll basically see how I go. Because this is for a quilt that I did on the channel. Let me just have a look and it's full of fabric. Like, I've got all the other rows done. This is the last row that I need to do. So I've got to sort of get a wriggle on. Where is the sheet for it? Let me just pull all this stuff out. This is all the fabric that's left over. So I've got plenty of fabric to finish it off. And as I said, I've got 5 blocks to do on this one. I'm pretty sure that I've got everything else done. So this was a quilt that we did as a row by row. It's what it's called. So basically we get 1 block, excuse me, and isn't it always the way? You pull stuff out and then you can never get it back the way it was. And it was so nicely packed too. So yeah, it's called a row by row, and I did a couple of them a couple of years ago. I finished one just recently, like got it all together, got the borders on it and whatnot, and it's done. But this was the other one, and I sort of hit it. I don't know what I was thinking, but I did the 1 block and then I just didn't go back to it. So I did this for row 5. But I've got everything else done. Like, I've got all the other rows done. This was just the only one that I hadn't done. So that's what the quilt will look like when it's finished. It was one that I designed up. So yeah, so basically it's called a row by row. So you get 1 block and then you do 6 of the same block for each row. And I really enjoy it because it's a great way to build your skills and to sort of play around with different colors and all that sort of stuff. I was supposed to have another one go up this month for Pride, which is in these colors, but I was having issues with my software. I think I fixed it now, and so I've postponed it until August, but which means then we'll do 1 row a month on the Patreon, and basically this will be ready to be displayed next Pride month. So I've got all these rainbow colors, and I've got these ones as well to go with it, and then I've got these ones, and I'm just keeping an eye out for some more rainbow colors and whatnot. Now this is very out of my wheelhouse, so I'm struggling a little bit because I don't generally do rainbow or bright colors. I do a lot of autumnal, even like very sort of darkish colors and whatnot, but these have got rainbows on them as well. So we've got little rainbows and all that sort of stuff. And this fabric was earmarked for another project, but I didn't end up doing that project. So now I'm going to do a row by row. And I believe I've got enough here, and I've got some fabric on the shelf as well that I can use for borders and all that sort of stuff. So it's going to be very colorful. But I had issues with color swatching and all that sort of stuff in the software. So I've been working with the designers of the software to try and get that sorted. And it's been a very slow process because they're on the other side of the globe. So there is a bit of a time gap there. So it's almost like a delay. You send out a message and then there's a delay before it gets back. So yeah, so I will have another one as well. So I am looking forward to doing that. But in the meantime, I need to get this this little one done and finished. So I've got 5 more of these blocks to do. So I will cut out the background, and then I will make the little flowers and get them all sorted. And yeah, it won't take long. Like it'll probably take me 2 or 3 goes at it to get all the blocks done, but I'll get them all set up like this so then I can just stitch on them. I'm hoping to have another one set up and done to take on the cruise, so I can sit there and do that for a bit of a break and all that sort of stuff. And I also listened to I started listening to my novella, which is called A Same Time Next Year by Tessa Bailey. It's an Audible original, but you can get it. It is also available in paperback as well, and it's got 144 pages. So, and it's a hockey romance. I don't normally read hockey romances, so but it's a fake marriage trope in this one, and so he's from Canada, and she's in Connecticut, and he has paid her to be his wife so he can get a green card. So yeah, and he's just gone back to Canada for 2 months over the summer break, and he's just got back to Connecticut. So yeah, and I've got 59 minutes left of this. I'm actually probably going to speed it up a little bit because the narration's not super fast, so I'll probably speed it up a bit. So yeah, so that will be my prompt. What did I do then? Oh, I don't know what happened then. That will be my prompt, and then I will be able to move on to the other ones. So yeah, I had 59 minutes left and it jumped. So anyway, there we go. I think I got it back to where it was supposed to be. Yeah. All right. How did everybody else go? Let me just have a look. This is where we're up to. Rita joined us during that sprint. Hello, Rita. Thank you for joining. Everyone, good morning, everyone. Officer South Melbourne. It's good to live. I'm annual leave this week. So that's awesome. Lucky you with some holidays. Look at you go. I like the sunflowers. Thank you. I appreciate that. I've done some, like there's one row in here. I'll see if I can't grab it out. Is actually this one, and another one is actually my favorite. And I'm thinking that I'm going to actually make a table runner with the full sunflowers on it. So much fabric left on this. And this was just a fat quarter bundle that I got. I think there's a couple of blocks that I still have to do. I think there's 1 or 2 blocks because there's bits and pieces here that I've got to do. So these are that's one of the blocks. I've got to put them into the rows, but I've done all the blocks. That's another one. This was the first one. So these are normally my colors on that. So this is my favorite one, my favorite block. So they're 6 along. So with the placement, so they're just like this. But with the placement, I've made them to like half sunflowers. So yeah. That's sort of what I did to get it to all go together. And this is my favorite row of the whole quilt. The whole quilt was designed around this row. Of course, I've got this one. And then that's more of that one. And then there's this one. That's actually one of my favorite and easiest blocks to do. See, a lot of them are just not sewn together. So this is in its row. So you can see it's starting to go together. So it's a basket, and that's what the row will look like when it's done. I've just got to add that one block onto it. So that's one end, that's the middle, and then the last block I just showed you will go over here, and it'll look like that. So yeah, it all comes down to placement, and you get a different like a pattern just using one block and whatnot. So yeah, and then there's this one. This is probably my next favorite. This is the leaves. So it was called Autumn Splendor, this quilt. So that's why. But I've just got to put it all together and get this last row done, and then it'll be sorted, and then it'll be available to purchase and all the things. So you can see here that I was starting to do, like, this is a step through, so it's not actually sewn, so I've still got to put some of the blocks together. The other one that I really liked was this block as well. This was quite cute. So you can see there's another one. So I've got bits and pieces. Yeah, so, and that was one of the other blocks. So it's like they're all done. I've just got to sew them all together and get them in rows and all that sort of stuff, and then it'll be good. But as I said, this one here, this is my favorite one. I just love it. I wouldn't mind actually doing a whole quilt in those colors, like a little lap quilt or something like that to sling over the couch in all those colors with those big Dresden plates done on it. So yeah. All right, now I've got to get all this back in, and then I'll just dump that there, and I'll sort that later. Hopefully it won't get knocked over. But overall, it's going to look really good once it's all done. And then I will do all the quilting, and I'll do a lot of like line quilting and pebbles and micro stipple and all that sort of stuff. It'll be a quilt that'll end up being heavily quilted, but it'll come together really nicely and whatnot. So Melissa got 63 pages read. Awesome. And Tennille crocheted until my injured hand started acting up. Emptied the dehumidifier and changed the bedding. Productive at least. That's it. And listened to maybe half an hour of Alcatraz versus the Evil Librarians. That's good. Finished supper, got a couple of rows done and through a chapter. Nice. Finished a wedge of lemon, a flower and straw. Excellent. Nice and productive. I tend to make a lot of Afghans and I love bright rainbow colors, but most people do not. So most people make them in tamer colors. Yeah. I'm not usually a rainbow girly, but Mia is, so I thought I could do her a row by row because I've done 2 so far. The Autumn Splendor one I'm actually keeping for myself. I did another one which will probably go to Narrowly. This rainbow one will probably go to Mia, and then I'm thinking that I'm going to do a black, white and red one for Savannah. So the 3 colors that I'll use will be black, white and red. But there'll be different types of blacks in there, maybe some grey thrown in for good measure as well. So because they're her colours, that's the sort of thing that she likes. So then they'll all get 1 each. I just get concerned about giving stuff to Narrowly because she chucks stuff out. She's terrible for it, although she's never chucked any of her quilts out. So fingers crossed. And I'm thinking that she'll probably like it because it's got red and green on it. Savannah might like it, but I'll just make a few of them in their sort of preferred colors and all the rest of it, and then they can just pick. But the rainbow one will probably definitely go to Mia because that's sort of her thing. She loves bright colors and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, I'm definitely an autumnal girl. I love those colors, or black and white. Although I do gravitate sometimes to like blue and white as well, and red and white. Consistently through my quilts, there's always white in my quilts. So yeah, it's like ones that I like to keep, either that or cream. If I go autumnal colors, it'll be a cream background. So yeah, but as you can see, I've done white with this one, which makes the colors really pop on that. So it just gives it that, like, because a lot of time autumnal colors or those dark reds, rich reds, and like your rich colors and stuff like that can make a room look really dull. And that's why I tend to put them with white, because that gives it a little bit of brightness and the light reflects off it. So that's what I sort of go for in a room, which works really well for me. Yeah, just finished the bobbin, number 2. Nice. I officially paid off my student loan. Oh, congratulations, Jess. That is awesome. Congratulations, hun. Hello, Tanya. How are you? Hope everyone is doing well. I'm starting a crochet baby rug today, as I've just found out my daughter is expecting a grandbaby number 6. Oh, congratulations. Number 6. Whew. A lot of grandchildren. Every time I see you, I want to learn how to do it. Well, you're on the right channel. There are lots of different blocks that we do on the channel. you can go through and watch ones that are and start with that. If you go back to earlier videos, there's probably even cutting tutorials there. I have no idea what's on my channel anymore. I really probably should have a look, but there's lots of different tutorials and everything like that. My suggestion is, though, if you've never sewn anything, just start with something really simple. Maybe even start with like a table runner or something like that. Don't dive into a big quilt straight away. Start with something small. Make sure it is something that you like to do, because some people like the idea of doing a quilt, but then they get to it and then they find that it's not for them. So there is a the heart quilt that I just done. There is a table runner for the heart that you could do, that you could start off with something simple like that and see if you actually like it and whatnot. I know, right? Thank you. I've been saving up to pay it off in one lot. It's been a stink on my shoe because of circumstances, and now it's gone. I completely leave it behind me. That is awesome. It is, congratulations. That is such a huge thing. It is such a huge thing to get done. And whatnot. I have been very blessed and very lucky with Savannah. My other kids haven't wanted to go to university or anything like that. They may down the track or whatever, but Savannah wanted to go to become a teacher and whatnot, and so we've done everything in our power to make sure that she walks out of uni without any student debt. And like it's a hard slog, but it's a big thing, like to come out of, like, you go to school and then you come out of school and you've got debt, and that's such a hard thing. So it must be just like a huge weight off your shoulders, Jess. My college went bust and went into liquidation 1 week before I was supposed to start semester 2. We got an email from the staff. We also found out on the same day that the college was closing. Oh my God. That is wild. The owner was such a sneaky asshole. Kept telling us unequivocally that the sale of the land would not affect the college. He saw us during exam week and stopped and ran the other way. That is so rude. Like, so rude. I'm sorry that happened. Like, that is just terrible. That's terrible behavior. And then he hopped on a plane to holiday in India and left it for the people who just lost their jobs to deal with everything. Oh my God. That is wild. I agree. That is awful. Totally awful. My goodness. So did you get your degree in the end? Like, you did, or did you just have to pay for the loans even though you didn't get your degree? Like, did another college pick you up, or what was the case? What happened there? Let us know in the comments. And while we're sprinting, because we're about to go to another sprint, let me just bring this up. We're very productive here, Crafty Sprints. We talk for about 15 minutes or to the end of the comments, which happens quite regularly, and we get lots of stuff done. So if you are joining us and you're in the background and you're not sure what's happening, we're going to mute the mics again. And basically we'll hyper-focus on the crafts that we're working on. And, and then we'll come back in 45 minutes and chat a little bit more. I came out with 53,000 and it really affects your whole life. Delays things. I can't imagine if college folded midway through. Yeah, that's like, whew. Yeah, I called him more colorful words, but I didn't want to get a warning from Nightbot. That's fair enough. Oh, dear me. Nightbot, he's a stinker too, isn't he? All right, let's bring up the timer. We're going to do 45 minutes again. Hopefully I'll get this flower done. And then I'll probably start on the stems and all that. Actually, I'll probably just finish the flower off, and then I might go on to doing some hexagons for the next one. So, yeah. Oh, you're kidding. You got the loan, but not the degree. Oh, that's terrible. They should have waived that. They should have definitely waived that. That's just rude. That's just a money grab. That is absolutely disgusting. Oh, my goodness. I'm so sorry, Jess, that happened. That is terrible. they should have waived that, especially because you didn't get it, or at least pay half of the training that you've done and the waiver the rest. Like that's just rude. And that's, as I said, that's just a money grab. That's terrible. I can't believe they did that to you. That's terrible. All right. On that note, we're going to go and do some crafting and make ourselves feel better. And just like, congratulations on getting rid of that debt, though. That's amazing on your part that you've actually got rid, and that you've stuck with it and you've got rid of it, and now you can just move forward. That's, yeah, I'm super chuffed for you that you've got that done. All right, let me start the timer, and as always, we are going to mute the mics, and then we will come back in 45 minutes. All right, we are back. Let me just get that up. Sorry, I was just a little bit engrossed in my book then. It was quite funny. I was laughing. Oh, dear me. All right, how did everybody go? So you would have seen I switched crafts. So I got the flowers down. I made the decision that I'm just going to quilt over the top of these and micro stipple the brown and the leaves. So I've got to just play around with those leaves a little bit more. So I'm going to go and get some cardstock this afternoon so I can trace them out, because what I was using is not working very well. And I got a couple of, I got 3 hexagons onto the bottom corner of my mini quilt that I'm working on. So I'm just finish that knot off before I forget to do that. And yeah, so how did everybody else go? I know I shouldn't put needles in my mouth, but you know, hey, when you need an extra hand, that's what you need to do, right? All right. So I put a couple of these. So this is the bottom corner. So this will go this way. So this is the bottom right corner, I believe. Bottom left corner. I don't know. Anyway, it's one of the bottom corners. So yeah. It's the bottom right, yeah. So if I face it towards me. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 more hexagons to put on this one, and then that'll be another corner done. So I also have to go down and get some cardstock so I can make some more of these. I don't have any. So I've got, this will be the 3rd one that is done. So you can see there, I got these done last week. These are the top corners. So this is the side, and it goes up into the middle, and then the next will be colors that I put on. So yeah, and I'm thinking I'm going to take this with me on the cruise, because it's pretty portable and I can get a fair bit done. So this is the other bottom corner that I've got to do. So yeah, I should get these on today. I don't think I'm going to do any cross stitch because my eyes are a little bit tired from a late night last night. So I'm probably just going to focus on doing some hexagons today. I think will be just the thing that I do. I have to get rid of all those little diamonds as well, because I'm not doing that now, and I keep throwing them everywhere. So I'm going to do that. Get them into a little bag that they came with, and then I can put them away. Right. That should help with me throwing them everywhere all the time. The thimble in. Awesome. How is excuse me for a second. All right, and I got a fair bit of my book read as well. So it was a fake marriage, and like she's adamant that she doesn't want to get married and all this sort of stuff because her father did them dirty and had another family and all that sort of stuff. And so yeah, it's actually a really good story. Like if you're looking for a quick read and you've got Audible, this is an Audible original by Tessa Bailey. So it's a quick read. I'm actually really enjoying it. The band's pretty good. The spicy scene was okay. It was relatively, I mean, for someone else, it was probably super spicy, but I'd say a little above average, and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, and the male main character is so sweet because he just wants, he wants her to fall in head over heels in love with him and all that sort of stuff because he's in love with her and all that sort of stuff. But the banter's pretty good in it, and like the tension between them and all that sort of stuff is pretty cute as well. So yeah. All right, let's have a look where we were up to. So sorry for my wayward typing. It's okay. It's all good. It is all good. I could have gone I could have gone to another college that offered naturopathy, but it was for an extra year and hundreds of dollars, hundreds per complete paper. Oh, okay. So That's fair enough. Would have been an extra 1,300 on top of extra fees for their papers. Wow, that's a hard decision. Then I decided not to pursue that because of a moral compass. That's fair enough. I read 52 pages, and I have done fun adulting tax stuff in that sprint. Read nothing. Yeah, my accountant is using a new software where we digitally sign the stuff, and it's just proving to be a problem because it's not opening. So then I've got to wait for him to sort it out, and it's just like, oh, for the love of God, just send me the bloody email and I'll print it off, sign it, and send it back to you, and it's done. But yeah, they want to get the handle on this new digital thing, and I'm just like, whatever, okay. So yeah, listen to a bit more audio. Awesome. I forgot what book you're listening to now. Got to chapter 8 and now on 10 of 10 of my square. Excellent. I was looking at doing a hexagon crochet one, but I'm going to finish my other one first. I don't want to get into the habit of having 50 million whips from every craft that I do. So I'm going to make an attempt to do more of my crochet, which I'm also going to take on to the cruise as well. I'm going to take several crafts with me. And I'll just take this hand one that I'm doing now. I'll take that one crochet. They'll fit in that one bag. So, and then I think that's all. And then I'll just take a couple of cross stitches, which will fit in one bag as well. So, and that'll be heaps then. And that'll keep me busy because I'm also going to have some books to read because I want to also I don't want to spend the entire time cross stitching. I want to go and have a look around. I want to go and see what it's all about. Because I've never been on a cruise before. So yes, I'm going to spend some time cross stitching and all that sort of stuff, but I want to go and do some other stuff as well. I would like to maybe sit on my balcony and read a book for a couple of hours in the morning, and I think I'm going to probably do about 5 hours a day, maybe 6 hours a day of cross stitch, and then I'm going to go and do other activities and stuff. And in the evening when my eyes are getting a bit sore, I can do a little bit of this sort of stitching or a little bit of crochet or something like that. So generally, as a rule, when I go on cross-stitch retreats, I don't get a lot of stitching done. I've gone away for weekend ones, and I'm lucky to get 1,000 stitches in. Because of all the talking and all the rest of it. But I sort of want to just go and relax this time on that as well. So if that means that I've got to leave the room, I will. I'm not a very social person either, which doesn't help. So I'm pushing myself out, and I'm not going with my husband, who's usually my wingman. So anytime I feel uncomfortable in a social situation, I just push him in front. But I am going away with a couple of friends as well. So Jenny Stitches is here. We're going away together, and Leanne, who often Morgana Stitchy, she's Crafty Moon. Stitchy Moon. I can't remember what her channel name is. I know how to get there. Anyway, she's got a craft channel. I'm sorry, Leanne, if you watch this on the replay. I'm so sorry. I just had a total mental blank then. It's been a while since I've sort of gone on anybody's channel and stuff like that. So yeah, so I'll have them there and whatnot, but I also will want to have some time alone because it's like I don't know. I haven't really felt like socializing a lot lately. And I booked this 18 months ago or over 12. I know it was over 12 months ago when I booked it. Maybe this time last year I booked it. Or May last year. I can't remember. But anyway, I haven't really felt like socializing much. And I just sort of wanted to keep to myself. So I'm pushing myself out of my comfort zone and going away and going for a week where normally I only do 4 or 5 days. Not even that. I'd usually only do 3 days. My retreats are generally 4 that when I hold them. But yeah, I don't know. I'm in a weird mood. I don't know what it is with socializing and all the rest of it. I must admit I have been burnt a couple of times in the last couple of years, and that sort of put me off as well. I just don't want to put myself out there anymore. and whatnot. So yeah, there's been a bit of that. And burnt by in real life people. So yeah, anyway, that's a story for a whole nother day. I have about 1.3 ounces left of this spin, which means nothing if you don't spin. It's going to take me a couple more days. So I'm assuming that you've got over an ounce of wool left to spin up into yarn. Is this correct? Am I interpreting that correctly? Let me know, because that's how I interpreted that then. Actress versus the evil eye ran. That's right. I knew it was something. I knew it had evil in it, but I couldn't remember the title. Want to finish it so I can start my Auckland book? I'm actually reading my Auckland book now. So book Managing Expectations, a mini driver's book of essays and autobiographies. Nice. Why, Nicole? Why, Nicole? Don't you want to have bags and bags of started projects? I need to slim that down. Like, let me just show you what I pulled out, okay, which I think was 25 projects of what my cross-stitch stuff looks like. Bear with me for just a second. So these are the projects that I was supposed to work on this year. Have I worked on anything? No. But I have them there. So I've got hoops and lights and all the things in here. I've got an Australian flag. I've got all sorts of stuff in here that I was supposed to work on this year, and I have worked on none of them. And they are not even half of them. And I've got 3 drawers down behind here that have cross-stitch projects in them. So believe me when I say I do not want to start in on the crochet and knitting projects. I've got one bag, and that is my project bag, and that project must be finished. Have I done any? No. Savannah has done more crochet this year than what I have. In fact, she's actually right now crocheting a star. She made a star blanket. If you're on my Patreon, you've seen her blue one that she made for the family she lives with. But she started making one for herself. I think she said it was for her. Let me just message her. Bring your star blanket out, please. So hopefully she'll respond. But yeah, like she goes, oh, it's easy, Mum. You'll be able to do it. I'm like, yeah. She's an instinctive crafter, so she can look at a craft and instinctively do it, and not even know what stitches she's doing or anything like that. She mimics really well with all her crafts, and like she just has a natural instinct. When I say an instinctive crafter, she has a natural instinct to create. So if this was, in the 1800s or whatever, she would have been the one that would have been making all the dresses for the women and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, she does instinctive craft and whatnot. So so she's just got one of these. What do they call these? Karen cakes, skinny cakes. These are, and she started this when?
2 days ago.
2 days ago.
Well, really, it was a day ago because I did start it in the middle of the night.
Oh, yeah. So she started in the middle of the night, and this is what she's done. Like, she's crazy. Like, she'll start a new project at, like, midnight, and then you'll wake up in the morning, and she's got this much done. But this is what she's done so far. Do you want to hold it on that side? I can move to and hold it. So, yeah. So this is the projects that she's making, and it'll end up being 3 of these. Is that right? 3 of these. So it ends up being pretty big. But what stitches are you doing, Savannah?
I don't know.
What? How many stitches are to start it?
I don't know.
See what I mean? Like, she's just instinctive. Like, I say, like, looking at this, she's got double crochets in here and a couple of, I think, single crochet as well. Actually, I think they're all double.
Is double where you go in and then with the thing wrapped around, and then you go out and it comes out with 3 other things. You go through 2, and then you go through.
Double crochet. No one else probably understood that terminology, but I'm used to dealing with her and stuff like that. So yeah, so this is going to look amazing when it's done. And I said, oh, you can make me one. She goes, no, you can make your own. I'm like, bitch. In my head, I didn't call her that, but I'm like, that's so mean. That's beautiful. I love it. So yeah. Although I do notice that you're being a bit different this time and using stitch markers. You don't normally do that.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
I just can't count though.
Yeah. It runs in the family of counting errors. Anybody here that has been watching my floss tubes or anything, the common mantra on my channel is Nicole can't count. So yeah, I can't even count to 5. So she's doing better than me. But look, it's
considering it's 3.
Oh, okay. Well, you're worse off than me. And yeah, so she just looks at it like she's just instinctive, and it drives yeah. I'm sure it pisses a lot of people off, but I'm
because I do the same thing with like science.
Yeah. It's just being in tune with your intuition and stuff when it comes to science. That's all that is. And if people listen to their guts a little bit more, and instead of trying to overanalyze stuff, they'd probably realize that science is just basic. Like the level that you're doing is very basic. Of course, rocket science and all that sort of stuff a little bit more intense. Really? I mean, you'd say that. Really?
Rocket science is gravity.
Yeah.
Like, distance between stars is a little bit difficult, but that's because the equation is ridiculous.
Yeah, says the scientist. Anyway, thank you for bringing that out. I appreciate it. And she's also making a quilt. So tomorrow during sprints, when I'm sprinting, we'll have the voice from beyond, and she's going to be making up a raggy quilt for her.
I should just rename my channel The Voice from Beyond. Just clearly just do that.
Yeah, fully. So she's going to be cutting tomorrow and sewing.
Probably just cutting because there's a lot of cutting.
Yeah, no doubt she'll get. Mum, can you cut it?
Well, yeah, I would like some help with it.
That's code for Mum. Can you cut it?
I will help.
What? Passing me the fabric to cut? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I know yours will help. So yeah, but I don't want to have a ton of crochet projects because I've got all those cross stitch projects there, and a lot of them are huge. Like I really do have to get my finger out of my ass and actually just get stuck into those. Just pick one out and just work on it, which I'm actually doing right now, technically with the Snow Village one, and I've got this one which is only going to be a little bit bigger than this, so it's just going to be one of these little cushions. So it's not going to take too long to get it done. So yeah, I've just got to get it done and then work on other ones. It's not because I've got a lot of projects. It's because I actually lost my stitchy mojo for some reason. I'm hoping that when I get on the cruise that'll come back, that I'll make a huge dent in the one that Jenny was stitching on and all the rest of it. Huh?
What cruise?
I've been saving up for like 18 months to go on a cross-stitch cruise.
I completely missed that.
I've only mentioned it like, seriously, why do I even bother talking?
I listened to literally everything else except for that, apparently.
Evidently, if I go away, it's not happening.
Well, I don't live here anymore, so it doesn't really affect me very much.
I'm like, you're gonna be at uni, like you're not even gonna know. Like I could have gone and like come and went and like cruised around Australia 3 times before you'd notice.
As long as it wasn't exam season, I'm sure I would know.
Yeah, true. So yeah.
Anyway.
Okay.
Bye.
I might finish knitting a sock in the next sprint. I only have a toe left. Nice. I usually never feel like socializing. Sprints feel that need. Same. Crochet. It's correct. It was crochet. Like I've got crochet on the brain now. It was 4 ounces of wool to begin with, and I have about a third of it yet. I'm really bad at splitting braids evenly, so it's not exactly. That's fair. That's fair enough. And braids evenly. That's like when you break it up into the bits that you want to do. Is that right? Yeah. And it's sock yarn I'm aiming for. So singles are really thin, which just takes longer. Yeah. That sounds like a superpower. Yeah, I think it is too. Yeah, I can look at a crochet project and mimic it. I mean, she's only a beginner crochet. She's done that from the get-go. Like, she was making this massive blanket, and I'm like, what are you making? She goes, blanket. And I'm like, I was watching her, and I knew what stitch she was doing, and I knew that she hadn't watched anything or got names or anything. And I went, where'd you learn to do that? She goes, oh, I just looked at someone doing it, and I can do it. And I'm like, okay, do you know what stitch she is? And she goes, no. Do you know how to read a pattern? She goes, no. I'm like, would you like to learn that? She goes, no. I'm like, okay. And that's exactly how the conversation went. It's really pretty. It is. Apparently, she's seen it on a YouTube channel, this one. So I dare say she's probably watched this tutorial to make sure she's getting it right, and all that sort of stuff. So, yeah. Yes, I've made some stars similar to that as baby blankets. It looks really good with the Karen cakes that you've got there. Yeah. And she comes, like, if you want to say anything, she generally goes in and watches my sprints and stuff like that. She has appeared last time we were on, when she told me she was coming, we talked about her, and then she appeared in the comments. So she's sometimes watching and all that sort of stuff. So if you want to say anything to it, just do that, or she'll come back and watch the replay. Yeah, I fly by the seat of my pants crochet too. I also have been known to go off the book even when it's supposed to follow a pattern, so it works out better. That's fair enough. That's fair enough. It's very pretty. I love Karen cakes. Rocket science has way too much math for me. Yeah, that's what she's just saying. The working out distances and stuff like that. The equation's just huge. But I cook that way too. That's fair enough. I can't follow a pattern unless it's plain vanilla socks, but even then I have to check the numbers for the heel turn. Well, you're all doing better than me. I can't even make a pair of socks. So but I can quilt. Some of this, a handful of that. Yeah, I'm like right now in winter, I'm a dump and run. So everything just gets dumped into the crock pot, and then I go and do what I do and let it cook itself. And it always turns out really nice. Like last night, for dinner, I had some chicken and corn soup in the freezer, so I pulled that out. And then to make it a little bit more, I chucked in some noodles, which I don't normally do. I chucked in some noodles, and then in mine, I chucked in a couple of handfuls of like coleslaw, and then just let the soup cook it, and it turned out so nice. It was so flavorful, and I'm sort of like that with my cooking as well. I do a lot of dump and run. I love the look of the cross stitch, but I can't follow the detailed patterns, so I stick to other things. Yeah. For me, cross stitch is like diamond painting. I've got quite a number of things, and I do make mistakes and stuff like that. Like I've got this one on the go at the moment, which I really want to get back to. And this is quite large, this one. It's probably one of the ones that I'll take with me. And I'm terrible for not finishing things as well. Like, I'll get to a certain point, like I just seen in there is a Dalmatian in there that just needs back stitching on it, and it'll be done. That's that one there I want to get done on that. So, yeah. And it's so pretty, but I don't know, I lost my stitching mojo. And I don't know. I lost my stitching mojo. I don't even know why I lost my stitching mojo. It just did. It's just something that happened. And, you know, I'm sure it'll come back again. And I sort of went over to doing some embroidery stuff as well. So there was that. So yeah. Right. I took the braid of wool, I laid it out on the floor and split it down the length of the wool into 3 places. Right. Okay, now I understand what you're talking about. I've taught my boys to cook the same way, so sharing recipes is difficult. Yeah, people ask me for recipes, and I usually have to say to them, I'll have to wait till I cook it next so I can give you the measurements. Because that's how I was taught to cook. Do, you know, this, that, and the other. I do follow recipes from time to time, but I generally don't follow the measurements. Like I'll have the list of ingredients, but then I make it my own because I know what I like. And I taste my food as I go too. So there's that. Yeah, so anyway, that's sort of what I do. I did needlepoint for what's that? Inorganic chemistry project once. Okay. You had to present it in a creative form to get bonus points. Okay. There you go. I was struck with sudden intense urge to learn to cross stitch over the weekend, so that might be happening soonish. Well, there are some videos if you want to see some of my projects. They're called Floss Tube on this channel. There's a fair bit there. I got rid of my first, I think 20 are not on the channel because there was another girl that was here doing them with me. She's moved away. Like she decided that she didn't want to do Floss Tube anymore. She and she went to the back at like to helping me out like she used to before doing that because she just didn't like the pressure of trying to keep up. I think she felt bad that she wasn't getting as much done as me at that time. But yeah, like I've finished a ton of stuff. Like I've got a box up there that's got stuff finished in it. It's probably been the last 2 years that I just like through COVID, I was like stitching my little butt off. But in the last 2 years, I just sort of took a back seat and whatnot. And I think it's really got a lot to do with my magazine that I put out because I was just focusing on getting 1 or 2 pieces done, and then I was having other people stitch stuff for me and all that sort of thing. And I think that really made a big hit because it suddenly became a chore. Now that that is not happening because that has now been put to bed as of last week because my accountant and I spoke and basically we made a decision. And a reluctant one, I will add, but I'm still going to be doing it. I'll do it only once a year or something like that. I'll put a heap of my stuff in. I may contact some of my designers that worked with me and whatnot and see if they want to submit something, maybe once a year as a special edition or whatever. But right now, it's been put to bed and I'm just going to be sharing my projects and stuff with my Patreons. So they'll still get cross stitches and embroideries and stuff like that. They just won't get it in magazine form, if that makes sense. So yeah, I announced it to the Patreons the other day, but I haven't really announced it publicly yet until right now. So but yeah, because I was still coming to terms with it and I didn't want to talk about it because I put a lot of work and effort into that magazine and it was my baby. And there was a lot happening with it. So yeah. Exactly. Just finished that square now to lay it flat and figure out how many more I need. Well, that's fair enough. All right. We are coming up to we've talked over half an hour. So let's rewind that and we're going to do another sprint. That's all right. I mean, I've done it for 4 years, like almost 5 years. If I got to summer this year, it would have been 5 years that I've done it for. And I learnt a lot doing it and all that sort of stuff. And I still own the rights for it and all that sort of stuff. So I still own everything and I'll keep renewing that because, you just never know what's going to happen down the track. Like right now, everybody is struggling with, like sales are down and all that sort of stuff. And everybody is struggling with, making ends meet, including myself, like my income has taken a hit because, for whatever reason on YouTube it's taken a hit and also on Patreon has dropped down on the craft one as well because people are tightening their belts and that's what happens. And because it is solely geared towards sales and all that sort of stuff, it's going to happen. So like you have to make friends with that before you even start, knowing that it could fail. And I didn't fail because it had a following. People were excited to get it. I had designers helping me out with designs and stuff like that. I had people stitching stuff for me and all that sort of stuff. So I don't see it as a failure. I just see that door's closed and another door's going to open. So as I was talking to my Patreons yesterday, basically going forward, what will happen is I'm still going to design But it may end up morphing into a once-a-year magazine that'll have several different crafts in it. So, it might have some cross-stitch. It'll definitely have some embroidery. Might have another type of needlework, but it'll also maybe have some English paper piecing patterns, or maybe a bag pattern or something like that. So it's going to morph more into a cross-stitch and craft magazine maybe, and it'll just come out maybe once a year, maybe twice a year. Because as I said, I still own all those rights to that. I still have all the things that go with that, like, so I can still produce that magazine, and I can still sell that magazine, because the people that have been in it in the past, they've signed documents to say that they understand that while the rights for the pattern that they've submitted to the magazine stays with me for 6 months, and they can't sell it anywhere else, but at the end of the 6 months it reverts back to them, and then people can go and buy it they can then sell it on their platform. But I'm still going to be selling back issues of that, and I'm going to be, still offering those magazines in the Patreon. When you join, you get those magazines. So, and you can still purchase all the magazines back issues right back to the first issue on that. But, I'm just, now what I'm going to do is probably, work towards getting some patterns in. Like, I want to drop a pattern at least once a month into the Patreon, and then do some extra ones and get them stitched up for the magazine and all that sort of stuff. And, I will eventually reach out to some of my designers and say, hey, I'm putting out a publication. Did you want to come into it? It just won't be as regular. So, and as I said, morph it in towards more, I'm sure that there are people out there that would want to submit a card making tutorial or something along those lines, and just morph it into something different that appeals to a broader spectrum of people, if that makes sense, instead of niching it right down. And I know they say niching down is a key to success, but with crafting, I feel like niching down is hard, because not everybody cross stitches. So then you're taking out half of your, quite a substantial amount of your people, and then they don't get any benefit out of it. So if I morph it into more of a multi-crafting magazine, then I'll probably be able to bring it back at some stage. And that was all the things that I talked to my accountant about it. So right now I will keep paying the fees and everything for the name and all that sort of stuff, and whatnot, and we'll see where we end up, because I only have to put out one a year to have it be tax deductible and stuff like that. So yeah, so true. I wish I could afford to support everyone, but life health is so expensive right now, and not much relief on the immediate horizon. Hopefully things will adjust in time. Yeah, like, everybody is going through some stuff. Like, everybody's tightening their belts. You can see it across the board. Like, my husband went to shopping center the other day, and he said there was probably about 5 or 6 shops that had their doors closed. So people are not opening, starting to, like, where he went. I don't know whether that was in the shopping center itself, like in the mall, or whether it was out on the street, but people are probably choosing not to open their doors 7 days a week, because that saves them money, or and will keep them in business a little bit longer, and things like that. So everybody's doing it, including me. So I totally understand. And yeah, and just by being here, like, everybody says that, I wish I could support, but just by turning up to videos and watching our videos and turning up to our live streams, that in itself is helping to support every creator that you know. And if you can spare, one video a week from all the creators, just know that you have actually supported them in a way that will help them keep going. So yeah, like, the Patreon is for those that can afford to help support the channel and all the things that go with that, and I'm happy to do all that sort of stuff, and have people enjoy the extra content and all that sort of thing. So yeah, but you should never feel bad if you or wish that you could support more. You can only do what you can do, and that is more than enough. So yeah. All right, let's bring up the timer, and we're going to do a sprint. And this, wrong one. Let me try that again. can't see too much if it's that small, right? Where this will be the last sprint because I have to go down to exciting stuff. I have to go down and get my paint and all that sort of stuff, and I've got a doctor's appointment. So we're only going to do 3 sprints today. Next week we'll probably do a little bit more, but right now, and I will also be scheduling up all of my sprints and everything when I get back from the doctor's this afternoon. That is on my to-do list today. So be prepared to get a little bit spammed by all the crafty ones that are going up and all of the booktube ones that are going up as well. All right, let's start the clock and we'll come back and we'll wrap up. All right, it helps if I hit the right thing, right? Okay, so that was our last sprint, and as you can see, I only have one section left to do, and then I'll be on to colored ones. So the next row will be colors. So I do have to go down and get some cardstock though, because I don't want to pull the cards out of these just yet. So it's going to look good. I think it'll look good once it's done. So that's where we're at. And I just have to mark off a couple of, make sure that I've got the, I put it the right way. Then I'll be able to mark them off. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yep, cool. That's all done. So I know that I have got them in the right place, because that's also a risk as well. All right, let's have a look and see how you all went during that sprint. Gigra is here. Hello, how are you? Whoops, my sprint turned into an extra long one. Went out for lunch with the hubby and went and bought a book, and home now, and we'll get back to my bullet journal. That's awesome. Well, this was our last sprint. I also got a book, and it's different than the rest of the books. So it's book 4. I mean, I suppose it does match Black Veil. It's a black book. But this is what the rest of them look like. So it's completely different. It's got the horse on the front, but, and when I ordered it, it was one of those ones, but this is what's come. So, yeah. So that is book 4, which has over 600 pages in it. But at least I have it now, which is okay. And it's a big book, so it'd be hard to hold. But I do have it also on Kindle as well. That sprint, I was looking up recipes and grocery math, trying to figure out a way to still eat healthy but cheaper. Looked up more lentil and lentil added recipes for variety. I had, like, do you like spaghetti bolognese? I have a pretty good lentil recipe for that. It's really cheap. You use red lentils for that one. And I also have a lentil burger recipe as well. I also have, like, if you like soups that are creamy and stuff, I know it's summer for you and all that sort of stuff, but you can, like, it'll be really nice even in summer. A Thai curry, carrot and sweet potato soup. It's got a bit of onion in it as well. Yeah, I've got like several vegetarian recipes that are relatively cheap, and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, just send me a message and remind me. I'm ducking out in about 20 minutes. I've got to go to the doctors and all that sort of stuff, but just send me a message. Yeah, the one that I've got, the spaghetti bolognese, I'll just send you a comment pop up there. The spaghetti bolognese one I've got is really nice. It was actually one that I taught Savannah to cook with. Like, I'll have to find it because I haven't made it for ages, because it makes a lot, so you can freeze it as well. Yeah, and it's healthy. Like, it doesn't have much. Like, I use the jar bolognese sauce, but if it makes a volume, you can freeze some, and then you've got meals later on down the track. I don't freeze the pasta. I just freeze the sauce and just pull it out as I need it. Because I'm also, like, I'm shifting back over to not having many meat products because I can't afford the meat. It's just so expensive. So Brendan's been getting, like, he goes to Costco and they've got it's $20, but I get like a month's worth of meat out of it. So I've been adding like more protein stuff in, and like having the hummus, I have that every day, so I'm getting enough protein. But my plan this coming year is to predominantly just eat out of my garden, and that's it. So I'm starting to get, like, each fortnight I get dry chickpeas, I get like lentils and all the rest of it, and store them in glass jars, and they don't go off. So it's just so expensive. So yeah, I'm switching back because I know that I can eat a lot cheaper than what I'm eating now. So, and I'm starting to make things again. I've also got recipes for like Indian flatbreads and stuff that have lentils in it and whatnot. So, which you can make gluten-free with rice flour and stuff. So, yeah. I read 62 pages. Nice. You've done well, these sprints. I got to 321 in my book for the book described as a climate fiction thriller. This is pretty dull so far. That's not great. No worries, Melissa. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. Figured out I need at least 2 more squares, all 4 colors. Awesome. Finish the sock. Excellent. We'll start the second one tomorrow. Everybody sounds like everybody had a productive sprint. Got to row 7 of 10 on the new square, and on chapter 9 had to stop and chat about it a couple of times. Fair enough. Fair enough. I also finished my book and went on to another book that I started last night. So, okay. Brandon just sent me a message. So yeah, so I'm onto now the sightseeing portion of the leg, and hopefully I will get a few done so I can rack up some GRC, which would be great. Yeah, meat is expensive. I'm glad I'm allergic to dairy for once, since it's so expensive too. Yeah, I sort of get like one bag of cheese, and I generally get mozzarella cheese, maybe cheddar, a month, and that's like I'll chuck some of that in, and that. So yeah. All the boring adult stuff is finished. Yay. So it's time for a snack and slowly getting into all the tomorrows and more cleaning. Fair enough. Yes, I do. I make my own hummus. So yeah. Yeah, I can. Like, I've still got silver beet going, and I've got parsley. I've got a big bush of parsley up there. So later on when I'm going downtown, I've got to go and get cat food for the cats. I'm going to go over to Woolies and get some bulgur wheat, which is cracked wheat. And I'm going to make a big batch of tabbouleh. And I've got some falafel in the cupboard as well. So and I've got some Lebanese bread. So I'll end up making like a pita bread wrap with tabbouleh and falafel. And yeah, so that I love tabbouleh, and that's predominantly that is parsley. It's just parsley finely chopped up, and then you add cracked wheat into it, onions and tomatoes finely diced, and you drizzle it with a little bit of olive oil and lemon juice. You're good to go. Good to go. That's probably the only dish that I would add a little bit of salt to. Like, I'll put a pinch of salt into it because it does set the lemon and the olive oil up for a nice flavor. So yeah. No worries. I'm coming over. Yeah, every week I make a big pot of hummus, and that's what I have for breakfast. That and alfalfa sprouts on sourdough bread. And one of the things I want to learn, I'm probably not going to do it. I'm probably not going to do it in winter because it gets quite cold here, but I'm going to in summer learn how to make the sourdough starter. I've never done it. I've always been a bit scared of doing it, but I'm keen to do it so I can make my own sourdough because I've got a bread machine and all that sort of stuff. Hummus tabbouleh, yeah, that'll go on it as well because that'll add the protein in it on pita, and I get the big pitas as well. I don't generally add cucumber to my tabbouleh because I find it's too watery but I will add it after the fact. I eat copious amounts of cucumbers, and they're really expensive at the moment. So I'm planning on doing stagger crops. And so what a stagger crop is, it's exactly what it sounds like. So say you've got a month. In the first week, you plant some seedlings. Okay, or plant some seeds and they come up. You wait 7 days to I personally do 2 weeks, and then you plant another crop, and then wait another 2 weeks, plant another crop. So what will happen is then you will get your things coming in sporadic, like over a course of time, instead of all coming in a glut. So it'll just slowly give you crop, and you'll have a continuous crop rather than plant them all at the same time and then everything comes into fruit. in one time. So yeah, that's sort of what I'm trying to do right now. So I'm doing a little bit of planning and all that sort of stuff. I want to get some pots and like get all my herbs and everything done. And so get some more parsley done, because if I could in summer, I would just live on tabbouleh and hummus and pita bread. And that's it. And I love it. I don't feel like I'm missing anything. And I use a lot of beans and stuff like that. So I make a lot of Mexican sort of type foods. And like I'll make one dish of the bean, like the chili con carne, but then I'll use it for several different dishes and stuff like that. So I need a good recipe for hummus. Well, I can flick you mine. I think Selena asked for it too as well. Speaking of which, Selena never came back from trivia last night, so I hope everything's okay. You need to read The Wizard's Guide to Defensive Baking. There's a sourdough starter companion. Oh, okay, cool. Well, I've actually saved that. That is one of the host's favorite, because I'm trying to read as many. After this one, I'm going to be reading that one. And then I'm also going to be reading Hitchhiker's Guide, because I can get a fair chunk of change on the thing. So basically for the next 24 hours, I'm just going to have a book going in my ear. So yeah. I wish we had planting times here. We have about 3 months total from planting to harvest, so that varies a bit too. Yeah, I've still got my silver beet up there. It came back, and my parsley's doing really well. I probably could have had some Brussels sprouts in, some broccoli and cabbage and all that sort of stuff, but I went away, and basically that sort of dug into my time, and I planted some pumpkins, so I've got like pumpkins there as well, which I'm turning into soup, and that also goes in the freezer, and that gives me a lot. Yeah, so it's not spicy, no. Because I've had to make for the kids as well, so I don't make it spicy. Me personally, I put a little, like I always add my spice after that, so it's fairly neutral. If you're talking about the chili con carne, and the hummus is definitely not spicy either. The chili con carne, so yeah. And yeah, so that's what I sort of do. And I'm freezing a lot more, because I don't know how to cook small, so I've always got extra meals and stuff like that. I'm trying to get down to only shopping monthly, and then whatever I have here, that's what I have to eat, and staying away from the stores, because if I stay away from the stores, I'm less likely to spend money on that. So yeah, no worries, not a problem. It's a nice cute book. Not the book. Is it spicy? Huh? The book or not? Not the book, or the oh, okay, hang on a sec. Oh, okay, you're talking about the book. Okay, fair enough. I have no idea. I haven't read it. The one that I just read was quite spicy. So yeah. All right. Well, as I said, that is it's middle grade. There you go. Cool. Awesome. That's what we need to know. But it's good to know that it's got the thing. I found it on Everend, if you've got Everend, Christina. So yeah. I was asking about the book. I thought you were talking about the chili con carne. So yeah, anyway, I am going to call it a day. I'd just like to say thank you to everybody that joined me today. I really do appreciate it. As always, I will be back next Thursday. Of course, I will have videos dropping from time to time. As I said, thank you very much for joining. If you haven't already done so and you're watching the replay, please hit the subscribe button and the little bell icon beside it, and then that way you're not going to miss out on any future posts. And while you're doing that, hop, skip and jump over to the like button and click that as well. That will help me get seen in the algorithm. Chili con carne should be spicy. Yeah, it's not spicy because of my kids. So yeah, it's a silly reference, inappropriately dancing gingerbread cookies. Okay, fair enough. That. All right, have a great day, everybody, and I will see you all in the next video. Bye for now.